where you are supposed to be seated. The inner perimeter is not your sitting area. After this announcement, the next thing you'll see that the men in uniform will approach you and get you out from that area. If you don't want them to use force to get you out, please get out yourself. Especially if you know you have already voted or you are not a delegate. If you are not a delegate and you are an observer, please step out. If you have also voted and you are waiting there, we will check your finger to see if you have the mark. If you have a mark of someone who has already voted, then you know you will be dealt with appropriately. So please, if you have voted, leave the inner perimeter. If you have voted, leave the inner perimeter. Get back to where you have been allocated to sit. If you are not a voter, if you are not a delegate, don't stay within the inner perimeter. If you find you and you are an observer, you will also be dealt with. Thank you for the understanding. Thank you for living. But for those of you who think that you will not, the men and women in uniform will be there to deal with you, to help you out. Thank you. Or about 17 constituencies have already voted, and the last one, Hohwe, is about joining the queue to go and vote. If you allow such orderliness, you will vote very, very fast. There are some combined regions which have less than 18 constituencies, but because of the level of disorderliness, you haven't even been able to finish your voting till now. Voter region, I commend you once again for the level of orderliness in your voting center. Thank you, and God bless you. We will call the security to get you out. Thank you for listening, and thank you for observing rules. That is what we expect you to do. Observe rules. Thank you.
from the Ashanti region are just about completing the process. And very soon, the EC would have taken over the ballot boxes to do the necessary sorting, and agents will be there to observe while they begin to put together all the ballots according to the list of the delegates and the positions they vie for. Koshi and I will be with you from now till the next hour, running commentary on what we can see on the pitch where EC has cordoned off as the area for the voting process. You can see from your screen that many of the EC officials are tired. Somebody's yawning there, suggesting the body is weak, but the engine is still very strong. They are very vigilant. They've gone through the process very, very smoothly. So far, not bad. Delegates can only wait anxiously to hear the results as the EC begins to collate them, and the agents maybe whisper here and there to alert some of their supporters if every indication suggests that a particular candidate is winning. I can also tell you that the police are here in their numbers, in their riot control gear, in case a few individuals may want to foment trouble. Because if Yaka is here with me to run the commentary,
yeah, definitely. I mean, it's been a very smooth process so far. We've seen a lot of delegates from the length and breadth of the country come together. The rank and file of the party is here today, and it's very admirable to note that the process has been very, very systematic. Considering the fact that, for example, the Volta regional delegates voted in record time, 18 constituencies. It shows you that this process was very well thought through. I mean, looking on the field, looking at how things are going, so far, we've not recorded any fracas whatsoever. And I think that is commendable for a process like this. I mean, it is a democratic process, and for processes that are supposed to underline certain principles, I mean, this is indeed a very great example of such. I mean, we can see people in a very anxious mood. I mean, it's characteristic of elections. I'm sure you'd agree. You speak to some of the agents, you speak to some of the supporters, and people are wondering, how is it going to turn out? It looks like it to be very keenly contested, and you can see from the demeanor of people around. And for me, the anticipation on people's faces is very, very, very noticeable. I mean, people are lying on the turf. People are standing around, etc. I mean, when you have a process like this, that is not only exciting, but very, very progressive, then you know that our democracy internally, I mean, as a political party, is growing.
I think the police have also had a field day because if you observe, the delegates are basically having fun. At a point, I saw one of the candidates moving around, and there were lots of young men following him, cheering him up, and eventually he had to be relocated to where he must be seated. But it just gives you the indication of the support base and what people have been doing so far. You can check from the screen. All the policemen there are only waiting. The scene here is very peaceful, but you know, normally under such circumstances where the election is very, very competitive, it is stake. That
That's eight
candidates. As many as we can see for the several positions being contested today. But it took at least 2 hours plus for the final results to be made public. And so if I'm going by that same pace, then we are likely to see some 2-3 hours after the elections to witness the sorting, the counting of ballots, and eventually the EC will come to declare the results. And then the declaration of the results by the EC is not the end of the process here. From the program that we have seen, there will be the victory speech by maybe one of the candidates who will be winning tonight, and then one of the candidates who lost. According to the program I've seen, one of the losers will speak on behalf of all those ones that who may have.
I think that's very significant. I mean, to a large extent, simply because this is an internal contest, and for a lot of these internal contests, I mean, as much as there will be conflict, as much as there will be divergent views, I mean, the winner at the end is the entity. So if the entity is able to understand that we win and we lose, but then again we are still sticking together, I mean, it's a fantastic initiative. I mean, imagine the galvanization of the base. If there's a loser speech and there's a winner speech, it shows you that you're not losing, you're learning lessons, and it shows you that in an entity of that sort, you come together to fight for a common cause. I mean, I believe that's very, very, very well thought through. But all in all, I mean, I would like to re-echo your sentiments about the police. I've had a chance to interact with a few of them and have a few conversations with them, and to them, they literally are on holiday. They are just having fun. Some of them are taking phone numbers, etc. Right. Having a good time. But then again,
I hope you have not gone for any phone.
Not yet.
Well, this is the election center. This is Wizard TV. Of course, this footage is also live on TV XYZ. We've been with you since morning, and our wish is to help you appreciate how this process will end. You can see some movements, some formation by the policemen, and it tells you that they may perhaps have been getting signals that the entire process will soon be over. We've heard announcements informing people who have finished voting to leave the area to make sure that it is properly cleared, and then only agents will be present. You know, there are so many positions compared to the youth and women's wing election. You have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different positions with different numbers of candidates who are contesting. So I'm not surprised that we have more than we anticipated in terms of the EC officials who are here. And this place is large enough for all of them to spread out and do the sorting. And so, like you said, they are just, yes, they are forming, and it just tells you they are ready for action. They will take instructions from the operations commander on the ground, and then after that, this instruction will lead them to make sure anybody who is not entitled to be in the area is moved away. And then soon you see the reaction of the delegates, which will suggest that they are happy about this successful exercise.
But I was wondering something. Do you think the fundraising process before this particular internal election played a role in ensuring that there was this orderliness and the fact that a lot of the logistics were taken care of? I mean, because in my interactions, I've had quite a lot today. A lot of people are saying, oh, we contributed. That's how come it's gone well. I mean, apart from the monetary contribution, a lot of people feel a certain moral contribution to this process. And I believe that is what has more or less culminated in us having the process the way it is, because people feel a part of the moral fiber. Because even if they've contributed 10 cedis, to them it's a lot of money. It makes a big deal. So I believe that on that side of things, the psychology behind it has driven a lot of people to understand that this is a very important process. Most importantly, it has given them ownership of the process. So you see a lot of the agents, not just the agents, but a lot of people just walking around wanting to help and wanting to be a part of this and doing their best to be of good behavior. And I believe that's commendable. And
yes, it's very, very commendable. And of course, at this stage, it is also important that the new executives who are coming in should look at how they can trigger the process of encouraging as many party members as possible to see the need to make their monthly contributions. If they were doing it consistently, I don't think it could have gotten to a stage where the party would be soliciting for additional funds to get this done. In fact, if you look at this stadium, look at the gadgets, hiring of facilities, all the things that have been put together, it is capital intensive. It is not as easy as anybody wants to believe. But there are three things I've seen from this mobilization that was done. If you listen to the former president's address, I think he was grateful that within a short
12 days, 1,098,000.
They were just taking little bits of token from individuals. Yes, a few people may have done beyond the expectation, like the gentleman he mentioned in particular,
10,000
yes, singled out that he wanted to show appreciation. The confidence that the ordinary members of the party will have in the new executive, if the process is thorough, if the process is free and fair, if they are satisfied with the process, that confidence will be translated into them showing love and affection for whatever the party wants from them. Because it is one thing boasting that you belong to a certain political party, and the other helping that political party to be able to stand on its feet. That is very key. And so for every delegate, for every supporter of the party, if they understand what it means to raise revenue, to support the party for its operations, it would mean that especially the deprived communities or constituencies would have some resources, logistics, mobilization. Sometimes moving from one place to the other becomes very difficult. The 2024 elections will be very crucial. Government is thinking of working hard to retain itself in power. That's why they've been talking about breaking the 8. It also means that all the resources that they are putting together, all the resources they are putting together, we pumped into the 2024 elections. So you may see the incumbency advantage playing out. Apart from monies that will be doled out in terms of what we witnessed during the COVID period, we saw a lot of monies that were given out to people under the cover of giving them some rebate for me to revive their businesses. Many of the monies went to just for free. I personally met people who said they were there and they just had a call and they dropped money into their account, and they could tell that it was a form of influence. This is going to happen in 2024. And so if you belong to the NDC and you appreciate what money does to parties' operations, this is the time that you must understand. And so I think that the delegates must have done their work, but the leadership, the new crop of leadership, must understand that it should not take 1 week or 2 weeks to a Congress for an influential person like the former president and all those who supported to be soliciting for funds. They should go beyond that. And as soon as they are declared, they should go out there during their thank you tours, speak to the people, encourage the people, and see how they will support them going forward.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you want to build foundations, and as important as these foundations are, you want to make sure that these foundations also lead to legacies that would stick. So, I mean, agreeing with you, I think there are certain things that the party hierarchy should look at institutionalizing. I mean, there's a very simple principle, which we call the RIM principle. So they need to recognize what has to be done. They need to make sure that the party members habitualize it. Then it becomes internalized. Then it can be modeled to new and upcoming party members. I mean, for these principles, they ensure that we build very strong structures. I mean, this process in itself shows how formidable the party is as an entity. I mean, the other addendums would only make it stronger. And in making it stronger, it means it's making it more sustainable. Because when a party assumes the reins of government, the party machinery works completely differently from when the party is in opposition. So I believe that once we are able to put all these jigsaws in place, the party would not only be one that would always be fighting to get into power, but once the party gets into power, there's a lot that will be done to sustain that momentum. And that momentum has to be set based on the principles you also ruled out before it can be sustained.
This is the election center. This is Wezo TV. We have been with you since morning. We can tell you on authority that the election appears to be almost over. A few minutes ago, we talked about 95% complete. As we speak, you can check from your screen, if you are sitting by your TV set, that the pitch is gradually being cleared. EC officials who are in charge of some of the regions which have completed their process are only waiting for the official process to end. I can see okay, that's not an EC official, that's Anthony Nupeno behind the microphone. And so for now, it's so good to see that gradually we are coming to an end. Some of us have been praying that we'll finish early to at least have some good sleep.
Yes, we'll go.
But it's not been easy.
We'll go home so our wives will massage the back of our heads.
Maybe if you are not fighting her, then you don't have a problem. You know, sometimes you have to beg them to do it.
You know,
if they think that you want to be too much authoritative.
You know, you have to find a way to, just like we've seen some of the aspirants try to beg some of the delegates to go out there and get their votes. But then again, I mean, it's been a very feisty competition, and for all these aspirants that have come out here to sell their message, I believe now they are in a certain level of convocation, waiting very patiently for this process to be over. I mean, the EC officials have been fantastic as well. It seems to have been a very, very thorough process, and for me, I mean, the whole process has been admirable, very, very admirable.
Okay, so there's an announcement ongoing, so let's listen. what it means. And that is why I see the narrative from the beginning, even before the voting process, from some of the candidates that, look, whatever way it is, our objective is to make sure our party stays strong and moves on. That is that thin line that separates bad losers from people who are genuinely interested in the party's well-being.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you took me back to the legendary story of Colonel Benasco, who voted for himself, but and his family voted for him, but he only ended up getting one vote. And he's like, well, what happened? At least my family voted for me. But I'm sure, I mean, mixed feelings are a part of this political process. And for every political process, as much as it seems like a zero-sum game, for internal political processes like these, it's about rallying people together. And I believe the party should take a cue from the fact that, you know, it's no matter how competent you are, if you are not united, you need to completely forget it. It's about pooling resources, human resources together. And for a lot of these candidates that have gone out there and campaigned, they've campaigned on tenets that would take the party forward, would elevate the party, and nothing, absolutely nothing, will stop them from still contributing those tenets that they communicated, by helping whoever goes out there and wins these elections. So it's very, very important that they understand that there's a common goal. And for a party like the National Democratic Congress that is celebrating its 30th anniversary today, it's very, very great feat. They should understand that, listen, the greater goal is 2024. And if the party doesn't hold hands and work hard, it will still remain an illusion.
I think the leadership of the party must be commended. The Council of Elders and other groups within the party, the United Cadres Front, the Professionals Forum, which was just adopted today at a ceremony which was part of this event. They have been very instrumental, and then the former president himself. You'd recall that after the Cape Coast incident, you didn't see a party that came to defend what happened. It was a collective condemnation of what happened in Cape Coast. So the signal came from the leadership was that we won't tolerate this. This is a party that has become attractive because of its track record. This is a party which wants to assure the average Ghanaian voter that there is hope. So if you look at the theme for this program, they are looking at rallying themselves, and they are saying that they are Ghana's hope. So the party wants to send that strong signal to the populace. And it is not Ghanaians alone. I am making reference to the diplomatic community. The diplomatic community, understanding the politics in Ghana very well, may by now know how the trend is likely to be in 2024. And so many of them will start associating with the NDC as a political party to leverage and to know how they can even lobby whatever interest they have going into 2025. And so whatever the NDC does today is what will make the diplomatic community appreciate them as a serious party preparing itself to recapture power. Not alone. I believe that even the community will be what happens today will be to anybody. So you may MPP, the biggest political party, which will be NDC's opponent, which will be interested in this. But there are many people who are observing what is happening. And because violence as party politics, voting processes, and so on has been condemned by everybody, the action the party took at that stage sent a strong signal to any delegate or any group of people who may be planning to foment trouble or just to come here to mar the process. Again, because the party anticipated that they are a political party in opposition, and therefore there's the possibility of groups outside the party to send agents here to mar the beauty of the process, they went hand in hand with the police and gave the police all the authority to deal with anybody. And that signal was sent from day one, from the beginning. You realize when we came here, Kofi Adams was sending the signal. Anybody who spoke to the microphone was sending that signal to the delegates and the observers. And even yesterday, when we had conversations with them, they sent that signal that if you misbehave, they will hand over to the police. It will not be party business as usual. And of course, nobody wants to be in trouble because the party will not come to save you. That alone, in my opinion, has helped to manage this process, which has brought us this far. And as we are witnessing, we can say that the process is almost over. And very soon, the atmosphere will change. The atmosphere of anxiety, the atmosphere of psychological antics, just to make delegates who have confidence in their candidates feel happy. It happened in Cape Coast. People were cheering eventually. Those who were shouting and shouting, some of them quietly sneaked out because their candidates eventually lost.
Yeah, I mean, and these things are interesting to a certain degree. They are interesting because for everybody that has a sentimental connection to a candidate or to a cause, expressing that sentiment can be very tricky. It can be tricky because going forward, we've seen factionalism creeping to political parties, and in making sure that doesn't happen, we need to understand, or we need to ensure that there's a very distinct line drawn between going out there and cheering and staying on somebody's side. Because at the end of the day, the party is preaching unity, and that is the only premise on which it can go forward. I mean, listening to all the people that mounted the day after day and spoke, the theme was very clear. They spoke about the fact that, listen, Ghana is in very deep crisis, and people are looking forward to somebody to rescue them from that crisis. I mean, I don't want to list a litany of the crisis. I'm sure we'll be here till tomorrow. We'll talk about the fuel prices and everything, and Ghanaians are feeling the heat, and they need somebody, and the only way they can have an opportunity to more or less bring this entity to that days where they would also contribute to rescuing them from this is being united. And so I believe for everybody that will be cheering, or everybody that will be cheering, for everybody that will be raising up their hands in celebration, or everybody that will be raising up their hands in despair, at the end of the day, all the dichotomies will be lost. All the demarcations will be lost. The only thing that would be visible is the fact that I would celebrate a very, very free and fair process that has contributed a very significant building block to the party.
Yes, that is one strong point, but I also have one issue that should be of interest to the party. You would notice that the last 3 weeks of the campaign by the candidates, especially the main positions that were being contested, some of the campaign team members have made some comments, accusations, all kinds of statements have been made against some of the candidates, which for me looks like an unfair treatment of colleagues in this friendly contest that they want to talk about. And so those individuals who have gone on media platforms to make certain sensitive statements, I am just imagining how all these things will be put behind them after this evening or tomorrow morning. It would mean that there should be a conscious effort to identify any of such little misunderstandings or commentaries that may have gone to send wrong signals to even people on the other side. But these are meant to be taken care of so that the party, maybe by close of this year or early January, they can confidently say that, look, we've settled all the differences, we are all on one page, we've rebooted, and we want to look forward. But I think there's an announcement at the podium. Let's hear what they are saying.
Please, if you have no role, you are not a candidate agent, you are not an EC official, leave the voting arena. A number of the centers are done voting. We are left with just a few. And soon, when everything is sorted and all the ballot accounting is done, I am sure counting will commence. We want to thank you so much for the way you have turned out for the 10th Delegate Congress of the National Democratic Congress. We are a party that is prepared that after today will be further solidified in its preparation to win power in 2024 and bring about the building of a better Ghana once again. The Ghana that you and I will be proud of. The Ghana that we all want to live in. The Ghana that everybody will want to invest in. The Ghana that will be full of stability. The Ghana that will be full of development. For those of you who are preparing to leave, and for some who are on their way, drivers, I urge you to drive safely and send all delegates back to their destination safely. If it happens that you are tired and you get to a point that is safe, park and take a rest. I recognize the continuous presence of elders of this party who have found time to be here from morning till now. In a special way, let me recognize the presence of Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, who is here with us still. We thank you so much for your continuous presence, the love and support for this party. Thank you very much, Prof. We saw something during the group stages of the Qatar 2022. The Japan's camp did something exceptional, and all of us applauded them. I know we will do same here. So, agents, executives, observers, wherever you find yourself, any little litter around you, just collect, gather it, and place it at one point so that its collection will be very easier. I've seen that some persons sitting in front of the stage have done so beautifully. And we recognize that. I'm told a young man did that. And when I see his face, I will recognize him appropriately. Oh, I'm told that was done by Anansi. Anansi, we thank you so much for what it is that you have done. I want to have 100 of Anansis who will gather the waste that is within the area you find yourself and put it together so that its collection will be very, very easier. Then we would have learned something from the Japanese team, what they did during the group stages of the World Cup. They left their camp as if nothing has happened in that camp. I want that tomorrow, as people pass here, they will be wondering whether this was the place that hosted thousands of persons, because we had gathered the waste that we generated in a very beautiful way. I want to thank you. We especially chose the theme for this Congress, Rallying for Victory 2024, Ghana's Hope. And that hope that they have in us will begin to exhibit it here today. We gathered together to elect leadership for the party. It is not a war situation, and it has never been so. And we have all demonstrated that we believe in democratic process within our party. And I know that NDC will be the winner. The NDC is going to win today and will continue to win tomorrow all the way to December 2024, when the ultimate victory will come.
All right, Wa West. And the same. All right, waiting for Wa West.
This announcement goes to 2 constituencies in Upper West. Wa West and Laura, you came together.
All right.
Laura is in the bus. Wa West, you have finished voting and they are waiting for you. We are pleading, you know the location of the bus, that you agreed where the bus will be. Wa West, be preparing to join Laura so you can begin your journey towards where you are expected to either pass your night or continue to wherever you are going. Meanwhile, if you have no role within the inner perimeter where voting is taking place, if you have voted already, please begin to move out of the perimeter, because immediately we receive announcement of the final center voting, the inner perimeter will be cleared of all unqualified persons. You will be cleared to enable counting and collation to take place. We have had a very good Congress so far. We do not want anything to happen at this stage that could mar the beauty that we have seen up till this point. Please and please help us in clearing the perimeter. If you are not a delegate still in the queue to vote, if you have voted already or you are not a voter, please leave the inner perimeter. Wherever you are seated, you will be able to observe the process very well. The last 3 centers are almost done. And once they finish, the sorting processes will begin.
With Laura, and we are yet to vote. We haven't voted yet.
Laura people came.
No, we haven't voted.
So go there.
So please, so that they obey the easy.
So go and
And now spoken of the drop of the land, farewell and secure future, development, our goal, compete, to be the NDC shall lead, stable democrat.
waiting with bated breath in anticipation for what would be the outcome. Would their candidates win? Would their candidates lose? Would the NDC party win? But I think in this segment we are going to crunch a few numbers. We are going to look at a few trends, etc.
And the figures I've seen by your side look interesting. If you want to look at elections or NDC's congresses and electoral results from 2005, there are some popular names in there, how they performed, how the numbers played out, subsequent elections, how the numbers played out. I'm sure it will form part of our conversation as we wait for the EC to collate the results. In fact, Randy and Wisdom are taking position, and very soon they will help us to appreciate what is happening on the ground. Our cameras are all over. Look, the policemen have spread out from one end of the stadium to where we are, just some yards away. They just don't want anybody from the days or the VVIP area, because a lot of people have gathered there, to move towards the cordoned off area where the ballot papers are. Apart from here, where you can see a number of people on the field itself, all the other sides of the stadium, all the other wings, it looks like the people who are here to observe or delegate are in the stands. And it is not easy for you to jump onto the pitch. So this is where the concentration is. And I believe that is why the police have come in their numbers. Apparently, a few minutes ago, I stepped out just to observe the scene outside the stadium. And I saw more pickups of policemen, not armed per se, but in their riot control gear, landing or getting out from the buckets of the pickups that brought them. And many of them, you can see, are just getting ready. But I'm just wondering, some of them are young women and young men. I'm wondering if they are strong enough, assuming there's a problem here. Yeah, if they can survive it. That's what the lighter side.
Maybe they'll use their numbers. Their strength in numbers.
I should not judge them by their bodies.
Them. Slim machos.
Slim machos. But there they are, well dressed. These days, the young policemen and women, I like their dressing, especially the women.
Yeah, I mean,
they wear slim fits.
Definitely.
You can see them well.
You know, today I saw one and I told her, please arrest me and take me away.
Gone are the days when they wear baggies and you see the policemen looking very tired. But these days, they look smartly dressed.
Definitely.
And that itself is a sense of confidence that I think if anytime I dress well and I'm in my car or I'm on the street, I'm in the office, some sense of confidence, I feel it.
Yeah, definitely.
And it drives whatever I do.
Yeah, I mean,
and that is, and if you have observed the prison service, the immigration service, they are copying the police service. So when you see them, many of them now wear dresses that really look nice.
Very
on
nice
them.
on them. Yeah.
But for those who have big stomachs, but why are you touching yours? Like yours and mine. Fortunately, mine is hidden under the desk, so you cannot see it.
I hope mine is as well.
You can see my arm and notice that yes, I have good body, except my stomach. But Randy, you have some figures before you.
Yes. So we are going to look at these figures. They are very important to this discussion because when you come to elections, trend analysis is very, very important. Now, we start off in the year 2005. That famous Congress in Koforidua, that had an electoral college of 1,600. I mean, bear a lot of these figures in mind, especially the number of people that voted. 2005. We had one of 1,600.
Compared to 9,000 today.
Compared to 9,000. So you see, we've come very, very far as a political party. Now, I want us to start the analysis with two individuals.
Even before you go ahead, there's something very instructive as far as the number of delegates. 1,005 in 2005. Today, they are talking about 9,000. You see, even 9,000, when we were leaving Cape Coast, some party officials were a bit worried that some candidates were camped for hours, and that was where the possibility of them being influenced could take place. And so I've heard some suggesting that the electoral college should even be opened, made bigger, just as we see for those who vie for the presidential slot.
But I think that the party experimented that with voting for parliamentary candidates.
Those are the uniforms.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, they look very elegant,
very nice,
very elegantly dressed.
These are policemen, Ghana police.
Yes. So the party did experiment that with selecting a parliamentary candidate. It didn't work too well. So I think they completely abandoned the idea after that experiment. But then again, I mean, accountability.
One of the reasons why I think the party was a bit scared was that the album, as they call it, the voters register, they suspected that there was some infiltration. People who were not party members were managed to get their names in that register. And you know, the danger is that if the numbers are quite huge, they are likely to choose the wrong candidates for you in some particular areas, especially when it gets to the parliamentary primaries, where people would deliberately choose wrong candidates so that they will lose to the others. I'm told Randy and Wisdom are standing by.
Okay, so we'll cross over to Randy and Wisdom. They are in the thick of the action.
Of course.
Yeah.
The moment you have been waiting for is gradually here. Per the statement and then the views we have picked from the grounds, it shows that I mean the voting process is gradually coming to an end. My colleague Wisdom was actually on the main grounds, and he's going to help me understand what really he picked up from the main grounds itself. Wisdom, what exactly did you pick? Because after the time we got here on the field, we understand some 2 regions were still voting. What exactly is the situation?
So that was Wa East and then Tyne constituency in the Abunu region. These were the only 2 constituencies.
So 2 constituencies
that were left
different regions.
Yes, that were left voting at the time. I mean, that's just about 5 minutes ago. And so clearly we have just a little of them, just about 10, 15 of them in the queue will be finishing so soon. And then
for the 2 constituencies.
Exactly, because those were the ones that are left. Now, if you can see, the EC has already started dismantling their polling booths, which clearly tells you that all of these regions that were voting have ended successfully without any issues. And so once these 2 are also done, then they'll be dismantling them, sorting out to continue. Then they can start counting and then bring all of them to the collation center where they'll be collating all the 17 polling station results. Then they can do their declaration.
Before we even take a look at what the reaction of the candidates will be, if you take a look at just behind us, I can see more armed police officers. I mean, what does this signify?
These are police personnel who are having riot control gears. These are having riot control gears. You see the face shield, their club, and all of those. Now, what this tells you is that the crowds. Now, if you look at the various entry points, they are manning all of these entry points such that nobody comes in to do anything untoward. You've been hearing the announcer continuously say that if you know you have no business within the inner perimeters, just walk out, because they don't want to have any issues. Already, the blot that happened during the Women and the Youth Congress is still hovering around the neck of the NDC, and that they want to do everything possible to ensure an incident-free Congress, which will then mean that this particular one will wipe away that blot, because clearly from 6 a.m. when we started arriving till this time, everything has been smooth sail. There hasn't been any issues, and so they do not want anything to happen at this moment, because if you know, this is the moment where every heartbeat will now change.
So there the question comes in, what could actually be going through the mindset of the candidate? I mean, at this point in time, when, I mean, almost the delegates have casted their votes.
Now, if you're a candidate, what should be running through your mind is that 2 things. should I take the cheers that were happening during the introduction of the delegate to be something that I can take to myself, or I should go back and be listening to the late Sir John, who says that fear delegates. So these are the two things that be running through their minds. If the cheers were anything to go by, then these individuals will be having a comfortable sail, or they'll be having a comfortable lead, I should say. But then if that is nothing to go about, then it means that what will be happening at the polling centers where the coalition will be done, that will be the final decider. Because now if you see them sit, if you see them walk, their walkings are changing, their demeanors are not as it would have been, because now they are thinking, are the delegate choosing me? Are they choosing my opponents? What really are happening? Because somebody may say that, okay, I was cheering you up, I wanted to vote for you, but I go to the polling station or the polling booth and then I change my mind. What really happens? So right now, they cannot be thinking straight. Nobody who is a candidate at that stage will be thinking straight. Unless, of course, you came here to have a lost contest. So if you came in that, oh, for me, this contest, I don't hope to win, then you can have your peace of mind.
One, how will these delegates take the outcome of the elections? A loser and then the winner. How will they take it? Two, the other thing you should also take into account is the fact that almost all the candidates, when they were given the opportunity to speak at the first phase of the whole event, they spoke about unity, and at the tail end, they almost the speakers they also mentioned. Now, even the candidates were given time. I mean, Ampofo spoke, General Secretary also spoke as well. I mean, they basically spoke about unity, and then at the end of the day, they mentioned that the winner should be the NDC. What exactly will be their reaction after this whole declaration is made?
Now, this is coming out of a party that is bitter. From a humiliating loss in 2016 to what appeared to be a stolen verdict in 2020. And so being in opposition for 8 years, going into 2024 is a rally, as the theme for the event says, rallying for victory 2024. You and I know that in 2002, when that fierce contest between Alhaji Idrisu Mahama, and then Obed Asamoah, we saw what happened in the 2002 elections. And then again, 2005 at Koforidua, we saw the aftermath of that Congress, which would say that brought in some level of disturbances and some grief between members of the NDC. This is a party, this particular contest is one that is also having semblance of that. And so clearly going into 2024, they are looking at the lives that were lost in Techiman South. They want to redeem that. A.U. Farouk came here and lost his life. They want to at least do something for these lost individuals, even if for nothing at all. Let's secure victory for them, so that wherever their souls may be, they say that, okay, NDC did this for us, and so let's say that NDC has done well. And so Ghanaians especially are hoping that the NDC will come and then salvage the situation where we are. We know the Abbey's government has taken the country into, and so everybody is looking at what can the NDC bring on board, because Ghanaians know what the NDC can do. And so this election is very, very important to them, because if they do not unite at that stage, remember, it is the masses that's going to suffer. Ofosu Ampofo may have his smooth sail. Maybe he wins this election. He knows what is at stake for him. He loses, he knows what's at stake for him. General Mosquito wins, he knows what's at stake for him. He loses, he knows what's at stake for him. But then the question becomes, what is at stake for the delegates or the grassroots members of the NDC? And so they are not going to say that, okay, we have had our share, we have had our sale, and so let's leave it at that. It is now a moment where the NDC is going to be thinking about what to do. Remember the speeches that came. One of them says that we should not be, the NDC should not be using this moment where they should be campaigning and canvassing for vote for victory to be resolving internal matters. What this meant, or what this meant, was that they are supposed to be rallying themselves that yes, we've lost. Yes, we understand. At the end of the day, it's the NDC. You are NDC, I'm NDC. It is better for us to put away our differences and focus on 2024 and save the situation. So that is key to this contest.
There's one other twist to this whole contest. I mean, with the chairmanship race, I mean, we are focusing on that because of the interest in there. Now, both parties, I mean, the two candidates have contested several positions in the party. The organizer position, and both have won. I mean, the various times that they went to contest, they won. So this actually serves as perhaps the ultimate, where the two of them are contesting in the same bracket or in the same position. So one way or the other, this actually means that the winner in this one might perhaps be the superior when it comes to, I'm going to rate it like maybe the Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo kind of story. Both players are phenomenal. I mean, they do so well, club level and what have you, but they have not won World Cup before. So maybe this might look like some kind of a big task for these two candidates.
Now, if you look at Ofosu Ampofo, he's done his bid for the party. Asedu Nketia has been general secretary for the past 17 years. He's won 2 elections. He's lost 2. So 2008, 2012, he won. 2016, 2020, he lost. And so it's sort of, well, what can I bring again to the table to make sure that I win 2024 for the NDC? Ofosu Ampofo will say that yes, I lost 2016 elections, but then again, there were some gains in 2020. And so if you look at the dynamics of the 2020 elections, it was an appreciated vote that the NDC lost in 2016 that resurfaced in the 2020 elections. And then there's also the conversation that yes, Ofosu Ampofo as chairman, he brought NDC a lot of members in parliament. They have 106, and then after that they moved to 137, meaning that he's helped the party and all of that. So the conversation as to what each of these two candidates have done for their party, we cannot underrate it.
Well,
exactly. Well. And so clearly this contest is up to the two to decide that after here, what lies ahead for the NDC. This is not a moment to be thinking parochial interest. Yes, parochial interest may come in because of the level of investment that have gone into this election. And so these are the key issues that will be playing out.
Well, of course. So you can trust Wezo TV as well as TVXYZ. We are still here, and from the checks around, it looks quite clear that voting is almost ending. We're going to cross over to Eric in studio now for him to continue the conversation. But we will still remain here on the field. Monitor carefully how the sorting is going to be done, how the counting is also going to be done, so we can update you on all that is happening here at the Accra Sports Stadium. And of course, you want to add something?
Yes, I just wanted to say that if you look at the processes so far, it does look like we're going to be going home early. That is very, very important.
I don't know what time you have now. We were actually anticipating we're going to leave around
now. It's 11:30 now. And because if you look at the last Congress that was held at Trade Fair, the Trade Fair, we left the Congress grounds around 5 a.m. That's when declaration of results were made. If you look at the MPP Congress, it was also around the same time, 5 a.m. And if you look at the Youth Congress, around 1 a.m. And so people who came here were anticipating that they'll be going home 5, 6 a.m. But then if you look at how smoothly this Congress has been, it tells you how prepared the NDC is for 2024. Because one may say that, look, the NDC as a party may not have been ready for 2020 elections because of the conversations that were around that election. Late President, Jerry Rawlings made mention that the NDC should forget 2020 and focus on 2024, which I felt that they are doing very well. Everything indicates or shows that the NDC is really poised and focused for 2024. And this is, the litmus test for that election.
There is one other position that is so key to the NDC when it comes to administration. That is the General Secretary position, where you mentioned Johnson Asiedu Nketia
17 years
manning that position for 17 good years. He's seen it all, where the party won elections, where the party lost elections as well. Now he is leaving that particular position. You recall he mentioned it earlier on the stage that he has resigned officially, and that's all clear to us. And he's now moving on to more or less a higher pedestal in the party. Hierarchy, exactly. Now, you have his deputy, Peter Boama Otokuno, doctor, who is also vying for that particular position. Then you have two other people who played key roles for the party. Former MP for Ketu South is in there, and then Elvis Afriankra, who served as youth and sports minister under the John Mahama administration, is also contesting in that position. How does it look like? Because this should be another keen interest for people.
Now, you look at the General Secretary position, one would say that the positions that win or lose this election for any political party is the General Secretary position, which is very key because of the roles that they play. And so one may be asking that these three individuals that have put themselves up for that position, what do they bring to the table? We know all of them. If we want to talk about their history, we're not going to finish now. Yes, so it puts us in a perspective where if you want to compare these individuals in terms of experience that they have, they've done very well. Elvis Afriankra, fantastic guy. Fifi Viabikwete, solid. Otukono, you cannot underrate all of these individuals. And then you want to compare that to MPP's GFK, the level of experiences they have in terms of how they can win elections, in terms of how they can rally the grassroots. And so that particular position too cannot be estimated. But then again, I go back to my point. The cheerings that came in during when their names were mentioned, if that is anything to go by, then we can say that, ABCD has won. But then again, you cannot trust the cheers because it could be that some of these persons who are cheering them up may not necessarily be delegates, but then maybe they could be observers or persons who are just, loving them, just to mention that particular, name.
Wizzy, thank you. We are still around. We are not done yet.
No, we are not done.
Early days
until the final declaration is done. We are here with the police.
We see them. I really admire their outfit. Trust me, this really looks good. Seeing Ghana Police Service in all of this outfit, I must say that, Charlie, this is a great thing to speak about. Yes. But of course, like I did mention earlier, stay with us here on Wazor TV and TV XYZ. We're going to get you all the updates as far as the NDC's 10th National Delegate Congress is concerned, right here at the Accra Sports Stadium. Stay with us.
Thank you very much, Randy. And, I wish I was there. When you are tired, you are feeling sleepy, sometimes you need something to motivate you. So I wish I was where they are.
Standing in front of the beautiful police people and, of course, just enjoying the breeze and taking it easy.
No mosquitoes there.
Definitely. Yeah.
That's just on the lighter side. So gradually, the EC is getting ready. So you can see the ballot boxes there. So they've been separated. The tables have been cleared. At this stage, very soon, they will be spreading out the ballot papers on the table. But what they will do first, if you see the enclave where they are located now, the party agents are all around for the various positions. So if they call out, let's say, National Executive Committee members or national organizers or any of the positions they are vying for, what will happen is that the agents will observe the cutting of the seal or the breaking of the seal. It's symbolic because people voted. They have a certain list of number of delegates. Whenever they drop the ballot papers inside the box, it's assumed that that seal shouldn't be broken. If it is broken, there will be a problem. For this particular exercise, those ballot boxes have not moved from one location to the other. So the issue about the breaking of the seal may not be very significant. But for the purpose of education to the larger public, you would notice that anytime voting ends at any polling station, all these ballot boxes are sent to what we call the collation centers. So one will come from Station A, which is a primary school, Station B, which is a church service, church premises, and so on. When they arrive there, they are supposed to be followed by the agents. That is where the seal is broken and the collation is done again, and the final results are tallied and then declared. So what they are doing now is that they are now taking the details from the, the ballot sheet. They have serial numbers. So if the delegates are 1,002, for example, they will make sure that when they check what they've torn out works around that figure, they will put the figures down. And then when they open the ballot and they count them without sorting, they would want to be sure that if the serial number says 1,400, 1,500, the number of papers in the box must tally before they will now try to sort. The sorting would mean if there are 8 candidates, everybody will be sorting. I'm for candidate A, B, C, D, E, F, and then the spoiled ballots, they will show it to anybody to confirm that this is spoiled ballot. And then eventually when they finish, the sorted out ballot papers will then go through the counting process. It is at that stage that scenes around the stadium will change. So people are sitting in the stands, they are watching an agent who is representing the candidate of their choice. And so if you see a bulky it sends a good signal to you. That even without counting, it sends good signal. But where the competition is very tight, you see ballot papers stuffed to this width. If maybe the cameras were capturing my palm this width, and then somebody will be almost the same. So that is where you have somebody beating a competitor by 2 votes or 5 votes or 6 votes and so on and so forth. So this is the process that we are getting to. So soon you start hearing the songs, the sloganeering, all those things any moment from now. And that is what will lift the excitement. There could be people outside the stadium having fun or just taking a rest or doing all kinds of things. When they hear the noise, they'll come in, they'll surface here, and everything will change.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we live for moments like these, moments where people have an opportunity to express their democratic rights, and all of these come with the good, the bad, and the ugly. I mean, we hope not for the bad and the ugly. We hope for the fortunate and not so fortunate. I try as much as possible not to use the word unfortunate, not so fortunate. But then again, I mean,
it's not easy to assume that nothing happened. Look, people have spent a lot of money for this election.
Yes.
If you look at the kind of banners that I saw, I'm just wondering if people, especially for those who know at a certain stage that it is a 2-race course for some people, and therefore you are out, and still they went ahead to spend so much. Look, going around the 16 regions,
that's a lot of work. Yeah,
it is not just going to the capital. If you decide to move your car, fill the tank to Kumasi and back,
in
I'm sure you can imagine how much you are spending. But this time you are going to the hinterland. You are going to the let me use it for lack of vocabs, the deepest part of this country, where you have the nature of the roads are so bad, the wear and tear. You are going to these areas to meet the constituents. Some of them may be bused to a certain location. You may give them some TNT. It may be token, but it is almost a convention for almost all political parties and candidates. So the TNT to the location, the water they will drink, the takeaway in terms of food you give them is so much. So if you are talking about 275 constituencies,
that's a lot.
And meeting the people. And with all the posters and the banners and everything we have seen here, and then bringing the delegates here, trying to please the delegates, give them token. People are spending tens of thousands of cedis just for a position to help the party. And so some of them may smile here that, okay, we've lost, it's party first, and therefore it's all over. But they may not be able to sleep well tonight. And some of them may have to be taken through some therapy. I tell you, it is not as
some counseling. Yeah.
Some eventually even abandon politics and say that, well, I'm giving up, because for them they don't understand the business of politics, so they lose confidence. In fact, they don't trust anybody, and they fold up and stay quiet in their corners. That is when sometimes some people say we have retired them out from politics. So it is not as easy as you are suggesting that, oh, you don't want to use the word unfortunate. Look, if you have gone through an election before, you will appreciate what it means. I can only pray that at this stage, the first aid, that's the makeshift clinics that are around should be around. They should be here.
I mean, I understand this because my daughter came home one day and she said she was excited about going to contest for I think class prefect, and so she came home. I was like, how did the election go? She was like, well, I go one vote. I was like, who voted for her? She's like, she voted for herself. And that was it. And she was very distraught about it. I told her, don't worry. I mean, it's an election. Anything can happen. Maybe they preferred someone else. But, so I understand that a lot of these people would be very disappointed. Some will be excited. But I think before we went, we're having a look at some of the numbers. And some of the numbers that have caused affection and disaffection in the past. And we started off by looking at these numbers. Well, I think there's an announcement going on, so we'll cross over for that.
It's not wearing a tag will be removed. So make sure if you are an agent, you wear your tag in such a way that it will be visible to the electoral officer in charge of the station and the security persons who will come around. We don't want unqualified persons to be within the voting arena. We have received information that the last center is about concluding, and because more than 90% have done so, we want the security to start clearing from our right side here, because all that side have finished voting. There's no voting going on there. So if the person is not wearing a candidate agent tag, please, you must clear everybody. If they are not wearing candidate agent tags, they must be cleared. If you are an agent, make sure your tag is visible. If you are an agent, wear your tag in such a way that it will be visible to the security persons. We are clearing the voting perimeter.